camera's gonna forever be stuck in the fucking bottom right corner because everything else is always like on top, like all the important stuff. I'm waiting for the stream to load on my phone. Okay, it's loaded on the computer. Phone? When's my phone gonna catch up? Phone. Alright, there we go. Just wanted to make sure it's caught up. Sound's working properly, right? Yeah, okay, good. I'm probably gonna move this one to the side already. Alright. Sorry, I just realized my water's halfway across the fucking room. There we go. Yeah, not sure if you guys can see it on stream. I'm probably gonna zoom in a little bit, real quick. But, yeah, God, it's really hard to tell because I'm wearing black on black. But yes, indeed, I already told you guys this yesterday, but, like, my sweater has been torn. This is not even centered. My sweater has been torn. So now it's basically a fucking V-neck. Like, this iconic sweater that I've been using for every Sunday stream, I guess, up to the last couple weeks, and like this sweater that I've been using for like kind of every time I walk into like, you know, like my workouts and weight room stuff for football. So now this it's just been fucking ruined forever unless I bring it with me and get it sewn. But even then, it's like might as well just get either a new one or just stop using it. Shame, really, it got torn during one of the drills. Just really wanted to show you guys on it for the stream. I'm probably gonna take it off later. Not sure when, just later. So now the plan is to try and complete the rest of case 3. Which includes 2 trial parts, so it's probably gonna be a little bit of a longer stream. Maybe? Not sure why the sound was muted. Alright. I think we should just jump into it because I don't really have much to say or add. Alright, July 9, 2:12 p.m., Write Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, you know, actually, nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it! The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Sorry, real quick, just want to make sure things are clear. Starting with every series now, like every new series now, so like DMC, Devil May Cry, the stream that I had yesterday, those are gonna have like those subtitles I mentioned before. Though, like, quote-unquote subtitles that are part of, like, the title of, like, the streams to help differentiate them. So basically for this stream series, it's not gonna have it. Not for this game, at least. Not for Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. But for the next game, it will. Just wanted to make sure things were clear. Fuck, I just realized for subtitles, what the fuck am I gonna do with, like, fucking webcomic streams. Anyways, let's continue. Well, you know, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? I legit do not know. A 5. I don't remember. I don't even remember much of what the case was about. Score? Gee. I guess I would, or maybe, well, I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly. Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. No, I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked him to pull about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX314206. The agent registered under that number was Roman Latros. I keep saying an R. There's no R there. And the victim, Mr. Latros. Who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lamore told the whole court. Yeah, I still don't know why we made her the blind one. Like, why did we make the musician the blind one? Instead of just her. Wait, that voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it. That voice I heard talked to Mr. Latros. But I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. It's not a mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? Wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some sort of stray that wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he's been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Oh, okay, so he's finding out about what happens on his own then? Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine. Sorry, I guess I've not been getting as much sleep as I thought I had been getting. Fine, right. Well, time's wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Hold on, there's something I gotta type down real quick. There we go. Did you know I'm a lawyer? That again? You sure like your attorney's badge? Still, I'm afraid our clients are getting tired of it. Well, I'm not, so there. Darian did it. We're just saying he did it, straight up, alright. Lamore dropped the bomb in court today. It was Darian. Lamore said she's never forgotten the voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong, this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert, yeah. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Unless he had a fake. Unless Darian had a fake, but then we still don't know the motive of why he would do that. Unless he had like a fake setup, who was on stage and then messed up their cue. Oh god. Like, unless he had a fake who messed up the cue. Yeah. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darian even? You bet I did. He's one of the Gavineers' guitarists after all. He's so cool. Really? With his hairstyle? With this hairstyle. Alright. Right. All the Gavineers have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latros backstage. But Lamore heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. Agent Latros. An Interpol. I call him something different every time that his name pops up. An Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them International Police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating Lamore? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm not a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palm coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. Very specific. That something being our case. The last thing, I mean. Something like that. Good God. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. All the somethings. What was Mr. Latos up to? He was up to something. Ah, ha 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 ha. Who? Chusi? Was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Oh God, it's... Alright, who the fuck are you? Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Grammar. Okay, it's this guy again. Hey, the other day... Eek! Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. We meet again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? And can you please stop smirking like that? It's you! Uncle Valent! Oh, okay. Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Gamir... Valiant Gamir. The Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valiant Gamir, as seen on TV and television. Valiant Gamir. Gamir? Right. Can you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. Oh, for fuck's sake, again? My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. Okay, why would we wish to see you? And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Okay, so... That's like a club? Is that a club or is that a spade? It looks more like a club. So club, heart, and diamond. Is there another one somewhere? Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. Sorry, I'm thinking right now. If it's someone we've already met. Okay. 44, alright. I don't think we met anyone, though, with, like, a heart gem, like... No, not a heart gem. A spade gem, like this. He does have a certain aura to him. It's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Wright? No, I mean... my real daddy. Okay, so you are adopted. Got it. Trucy's real father? Oh my god. Okay, Troop Gramir. Wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Gramir. Troop Gramarye. Oh, Gramarye? Huh? No, Gramarye. Alright. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life, lamentably listless lad. Do not know the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valiant Grama. I already fucking forgot how to pronounce it. Gramarye. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I've heard on television as a child. You bet you heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. That sounds like a terrorist. Are you sure he's not a terrorist, Trucy? Magician-themed terrorists. I mean, we are in anime. I was gonna say... There was something I was about to say. I need to... Okay, once again, Apollo, are you saying all this out loud? Because it feels like they're reading our mind. Oh, and you made all this gold disappear from the safe. And escape from a high-security prison. He said he is a magician. I opened the lock's two hearts, chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of true Gamari. Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Gamari. Yes, Zach. Zach Gamari. A masterful maker of magic. A capable crafter of shining showmanship. Yeah, her dad. Her actual dad, who's dead. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy. Daddy? Huh? Oh, no way. Chusi's father. Once upon a time, Troupe Gamari included 2 grand magicians. Okay. Myself, Valiant Gamari, and my partner, Zach Gamari. Just 2? Alright. What? Do you also have a secret child? And this Zach was... Valiant just kind of came out of nowhere, huh? He was my real daddy. Chusi's father, a magician. I guess it makes sense. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking to him now about it. Not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Well, I'm good for comic relief at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? 2, in fact. The first being, of course... Okay, yeah, just keep spinning it. To see you, Miss Chusi. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valiant. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Coliseum, the first time in 7 years, I could not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And I learned that now you defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic among the staff, you know. I mean, but he wasn't blind though. And you defend him, you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. I have a reason for visiting here today. Was this? That's a videotape? Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you. Chusi, on behalf of the Troupe Gamari. Will you watch it? Alright. Is it gonna be 3D animated? Oh, it's this. Yeah. I think it's a smart decision not to be too close to the models, because then you wouldn't realize how kind of rough they are. But then they zoom in here and it's like, oh, yeah, that's a little rough. I was gonna make a Ruby joke, but then I realized that that's kind of fucked up to make after Rooster Teeth just shut down. Alright, when's it gonna sound fire? There it is. They couldn't have given him a heads up. Could have given him a heads up so he didn't burn himself. Alright. She caught that blind, too. Christ. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. Yeah, she sung in Animal Crossing, so what's the word? Mysterious? Mysterious? There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. Oh, for fuck. Should I have paid closer attention? Oh no. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh god, I'm getting fucking Blue Badger vibes again. This Valant Gamari has good reasons to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Oh god. Videotape receipt from Valant. Oh god. You think she went backstage? It's definitely possible. But then that means the murder must have happened during this. Okay, how did they do the disappearing trick though? Because I could assume she went down underground, like through there. Is the guitar still going, even though the guitar is on fire? Like, how did she disappear from the thing and go here? Like, I'm pretty sure you could see it. Can you? Let's wait a second. I can't. I'm curious. Yeah, you could see underneath it. How did they pull that off? T-posing after setting him on fire. All right. Is that it? Did you know I'm a lawyer? What's this? You would ask for me for a miracle, free of fee. Then thy wish be granted, thy will be done, thy evidence evicted into the ether. Ah, no evicting, please. Are all magicians like this, I wonder? Alright, where do we go first? I think the detention center. Wait, can we even talk to our client? I just remembered, he can't even speak in our language. Alright, July 9, detention center visitors room. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gone out of that room. Right, the air vent. He vented. And he lied. Lied? About not being able to see. Machi Tabai can see. Do we get a translator? Ah, Machi! Speak of the devil. What? Is it gonna turn out he can speak in our language? It looks like he's doing okay. Is he though? I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. It's kinda hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. First, did you know I'm a lawyer? Yeah, speaking wingdings. I think he said, I'm sorry, I cannot speak your language. You are very beautiful, fair maiden. This is why I never trust a translator. The trial today. So what did you think of the trial today? Phew, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. A very closed-minded way of thinking that. What? Okay, now what? Lamir's testimony. Is it gonna turn out that he speaks English too? I'm glad Lamir testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Very end of the Gaviniers, the detective. Or are they gonna pull a thing where he did actually kill, but I highly doubt it. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went and all, at all, if no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey, what is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. Must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that. I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning? Well, it's scared, because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see, but what if that's not all he lied about? Yeah, true. If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get him. Okay, to get him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. Machi's eyesight. So Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see, and Lemore can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're going to get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Alright, now we go. You're still here? Alright, Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, it's outside. Alright. July 9, Sunshine Coliseum. God damn it. There was some water on the cap and it just sprayed all over my face. Jesus. Whew, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation. You could hear the birds in this crowd? I mean, it's not that crowded yet. Don't Sundays just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Aw, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. I even have the badge to prove it. Then you're in luck, because it's a lawyer weather today. Don't you want to face the blue sky and shout objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. You say that now. Oh, okay. We can't even fucking do the bit. Alright. Backstage hallway. Here we go. July 9, backstage hallway. Ah, Mr. Attorney. Lemure. Sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You're merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean? Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you know who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. From our feet? You recognize us from our footsteps. Oh. You must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday. But how? You know I'm a lawyer. Do you think you could tell me about this? I'm sorry, but my information about the outside world is somewhat limited. I only know what I have heard or felt. Maybe that explains why she didn't react when I showed her stuff the other day. She was still pretending she could see then. The voice. That was quite a statement you made in court today in court. Jesus Christ. I can't read apparently. About hearing Darian Crescen's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait, Lemure, is something the matter? That voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it. No way. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That's when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latoso were talking about something? Next moment, I heard those gunshots. I hear you call security. To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So, it really was Darian's voice that she heard. Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was, alright? Machi. I met Machi before my debut as Lemire. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia. He was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? Yeah. With Machi pretending he couldn't see? Ah, no, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. Really? After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see, and all the while acting as your eyes. Yeah, and being ableist, and being forced into ableism. With a blind person right there, right in front of him. We always held hands. We held hands always. He was right with his fingers on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He was smart. He was a smart and gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. Mr. Latouche. Right? About Mr. Latouche. Ah yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Ooh, sorry. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? What makes you think that? Why would he investigate you? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right? Darkness. Darkness! The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? What, are you secretly a serial killer? You have a serial killer personality or something? I have no memory of the time before I became Lemire. I woke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant in those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything— okay, so she mentioned it. Everything before becoming Lemire is lost to me. But I don't think you— I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? You think your past might be related to this case? It's also possible that he could have been brought here as an undercover agent to investigate the years. And it could relate to 7 years ago where Phoenix presented fake evidence. I don't think he did mean to present fake evidence though, he was probably tricked into it. No way! That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lemire. I thank you. Machi, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. Do you think we can... Maybe learning the teleportation trick would be useful. We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently, they hired a professional magician. Oh! Okay. So that's why he was there. Valant Gamari. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it's done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gamari made me swear to never tell a soul. Really? For this case? Oh, I was afraid of that. hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. Ah, I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? Okay, didn't I try to look at this before? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. Okay, an earpiece? What? What do you think? This is one of our headsets. The one on staff wears one during a concert. Wonder whose this is. Could it be the victim's? I don't remember if the victim had. What is here? Let's see. Maybe. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So can I put it on? No. Receiver transmitter for voice signals. A concert staff warwolf. All concert staff warwolf. Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Did it say attached? Headset attached to Trucy. Sorry, I didn't even read that. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. He didn't even fucking give a response. This might warrant some further inquiry. Oh, I assure you, Apollo is quite based. Okay, it doesn't look like anything suspicious is on there. 'Can I ask you about this headset, Lemire? You said that all concert staff are wearing one. That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on staff had one, of course. And all of the band members, too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on, too, then. Right. They're quite helpful, though limited. Limited? They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. Okay. So they're for stage ones. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. You think someone would notice if they dropped their only communication lifeline? So why is this one lying here? Ten for that, Lil Buddy. This is Trucy reporting in, over. Why the sudden silence? No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma not performing forensics investigations. You make her sound like she's some sort of forensic investigation machine, which is just silly. Unless she is a super high-tech android that runs on Stackaroos. Alright, well that didn't help. Can he ask you about this, Lemire? You said all concert staff were wearing one. That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage, alright? I want to stop had one, of course. And all of the band members too, I should think. Okay, yeah, I got it. We already did that. How'd you play it so beautifully? Yeah, like a real pianist. That's just silly, Apollo. How can you call someone as good as Machi a pianist? Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy. Good thing Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. Right? Well, that didn't help us. Oh, July 9, Lemier's dressing room. Alright. Okay, well, Emma's here. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Alright. Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstained Mr. Lutrus left? The department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. And we know that Mr. Lutrus was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Snackaroos? Are chocolate snackaroos popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest. You're not going to find any clues in here. Well, I did find something strange. Like what? Something strange? Okay. Well, did you know I'm a lawyer? You know, you were a bit like Wright. He always carried this badge around too. Okay, hold on. Sorry, my throat's a little sore. Huh? I think he did it so he never forget who he was, or his duty as a defender. Something like that. Pretty noble, really. I guess there really isn't a need for me to carry this around. Apollo hates Phoenix! Though it seems to have made a decent impression. Hates Phoenix. Alright. Talk. The trial today. I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lemur's testimony. You mean her saying that she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? Because it's anime land. Please let this just be a normal killing. With Ace Attorney? No way. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. The case. Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. Okay, yeah. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Lemire flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Lutrus' life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to a coincidence, I know, and I found it. Think the same person did all this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through the air duct vent anyways. Did I just add duct in there for some reason? What? You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. Something strange, alright? So what did you find? It's so little, I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. A bug of some sort? What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a Beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electric signal of some sort. An electric signal, you say? Not sure if showing that will help us. I don't think it's gonna be the headset. What's this? You would ask me for a minute? Okay, yeah. I thought that would help. I don't think that helped at all. Nothing new. Alright, now I'm confused. I'm like looking around trying to see what are we missing here. Look at all the electronics. They must be sound related. Doesn't seeing a bunch of machines like this make you want to just fiddle with them? Can I, Apollo, please? No, no fiddling. You'll break something. If you're gonna make an omelet, you gotta break some eggs. That's what Daddy always says. These eggs look kind of expensive. Okay. Now that's a big instrument case. That's a case for a contrabass, I think. You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument. You could fit 5 truces in there, I bet. Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like that. Okay, we're not gonna look inside? Alright, cool. I still can't believe we found Machi and Mr. Latrousse up on the tower. On top of the tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places, now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nicer if we found a dead body close to the ground. Oh, that reminds me. Daddy's bad with heights too. Huh? No kidding. Oh yeah, because of the bridge incident. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know. Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over. Poor guy. Well, that's everything here. Oh. That's the ladder we used to climb up on the stage tower. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon. Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know. Do you not smile? Like, while you're saying that? I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period. Okay, that's everything here. I don't know what the fuck the game wants us to do. Did I miss something before? Okay, I'm looking up a walkthrough, because now I'm confused. Oh, we were supposed to fucking show him. I didn't think about that. So, I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lemur vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm used to seeing that happen. I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me, to you. So that's why you're at the concert. Yes. I was there to watch my ticket, take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it is all done. Okay, I just remembered we haven't done a voice for him yet. Of course! I'm like a deity, with the stage as my domain. I suffer no misery upon those floodlit boards, not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent, primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could... Okay, tell me how it was done? Hey now! Trucy? That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Oh my god, I'm getting big fucking Danganronpa V3 Case 2 vibes right now. Mas non, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Someone was murdered. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh. Don't even ask. I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? I, Valent Garmery, must make my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valent. You should stay a while. I'm afraid I can't. I may not. I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile. Isn't it alligator? With a whirl of his cloak, and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally. And the day is saved by me, but you didn't do anything. I don't remember the exact quote. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right, Valent Marie. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lemire disappear, and how he knows Trucy and her real father. Alright. So he's here now? God, we just finished talking to him and we gotta talk to him again. Alright, July 9 in the wings. That song. Isn't that the one Lemire was singing? Wait, what, is he the piano player? Yeah, you're right, the guitar serenade. Oh, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full, and as the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right. I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is. Uncle Valen, what exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in the task undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss. You lend me your teleportation illusion. Oh. Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano, and I remembered that fair maiden's melancholy melody. Hey, Apollo! Maybe Uncle Valen can shed some light on this whole thing for us. But first, does he know I'm a lawyer? Ah, the proof positive of your profession, yes? Yeah. Might I have a look? Uh-oh. He's gonna make it disappear. Oh, what's this? It is gone. Ah! What did you do with my attorney's badge? Don't be alarmed. Miss Trucy, take a look into your top pit, if you would. Eek! It's your badge, Apollo. What's it doing in there? That was amazing, wasn't it, Apollo? You called that pouch at her waist a top pit? Oh. Is that some kind of magician speak? Lamir's illusion. Alright, here we go. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lamir's vanishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed. The purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear, like a dream." Like a dream? Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. She disappeared from the top of the tower, but in order to move, you would have to use some sort of secret tunnel. Yeah, but how? People would come to me because I am a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and place. Now, because of the murder, all eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troupe Gramarye are concerned. So, were you here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well? And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos. The piano over there troubles me. It troubles you? Why? Why? Why do you ask why? Yeah, I think it'd be quicker if I go check it out myself, thanks. Alright. That's one big piano. Never actually played one. Should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good. He can't play either. I kind of feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy. Huh? Ew. What did you make that noise just now? What? Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. Okay, what's that? You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Alright. Huh? Look, this was stuck between the strings. It looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown it into this piano. Alright. Found on stage as a switch for something, and that's all about all I know. I wonder if we can interact with it. Presses the button and then it just explodes. The switch! Sitting here, tempting me to push it. Don't, you might blow up the whole Colosseum? Didn't I just say that? Apollo, please. To think that every strange switch triggers a palm. That's kind of an old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut it out in our busy times. Right, true CPI. Please enlighten me. What do you think the switch does? Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room? A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor. Okay. Troop Gamma-Ri, we're getting more? I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Gamma-Ri, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort. Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, you just read your mind, Apollo. Everyone can, apparently. Or everyone tells him that and he makes a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. Among us? Alright. Oh, that's gonna be a new joke. Alright. His name was Magnifi Gamma-Ri. It was he who began the great troupe Gamma-Ri. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of the TV there was. On every TV there was, damn it. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. Yet several years ago, that came to an end. Oh my god, 7 years, okay. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion. That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skills at these small venues, always waiting our time. The magicians will rise one day. He actually said that. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. Okay. Right? I do this not only for the magic that is Gamma-Ri, but for my partner. Your partner? You mean... Yes, Zach Gamma-Ri. Trucy's father. Oh, you guys dated. Okay. Before he disappeared 7 years ago. There was no name higher in Gamma-Ri show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Gamma-Ri. Valiant and Zach. A founder, Magnifi Gamma-Ri, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles. I'll never forget the one when I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go, what happened to the jet again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zach and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valiant and Zach were the shining stars in the Gamma-Ri crown. Cool, huh? And Zach Gamma-Ri was my daddy. Right. Now that Magnifi and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Gamma-Ri, who brings back the Gamma-Ri miracle back to the big stage. I'm rooting for you. It's Trucy. You cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. Pulls out Mr. Hat again. How do we manage to get off the topic of the case so quickly all the time? Is that it? Do we need to present anything? Up! Okay, looks like my food that I ordered is on the way. Okay, cool. I gotta keep an eye on that now. Alright. I think we're good. I think we can continue now. Okay, maybe that tech was in the Switch. Was for the Switch, right? Do you think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. Transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what's for though. Signal. You mean an electronic signal? Oh! So it can mess with the earpiece. Alright. What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma. You know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing this switch. Youch! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Ah. Alright. Well, now we know what this is. An igniter. An igniter? For what? Oh, wait. Was there no second person in here? Was the gun, like, set up in a fucking Rube Goldberg machine? Like, what the hell? This part here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. Alright. The switch. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you! You weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway, now that we know that this is a remote for an igniter, let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak. Probably only reaches 30 feet. Oh my god. 30 feet again? A transmitter, huh? Remote trigger updated in the court record. Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area, right? Let's see, 30 feet from Lemire's dressing room. It covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. So, we found the igniter in here, and the switch in the piano. It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on the stage. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. We'll have to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck. I'd like to know more about igniters myself. Okay, igniter added. Okay, cool. I think that's a signal we go somewhere else. I don't know where else though. Oh, July 9, Sunshine Coliseum. Okay, who's about to pop up? Oh, it's this guy again. What, come to laugh at the murderer? Darian. That old bag opens her pie hole, and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. You won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darian isn't in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid! Alright? Is it? Present. Did you know I'm a lawyer? Look, if you want to talk about the case, talk to someone else, okay? Don't want Gavin having another one of his hissy fits. Right? Your alibi. So about your alibi, you have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. Okay. Now Darian's starting to look more and more suspicious. Because now I'm starting to think he could have been messing with the switch. Now I'm starting to think he was messing with the switch during the concert, and that's why he messed up his part in the song. And that's him fiddling with the switch while he was doing the... messing with the switch. I wonder if it's like a Rube Goldberg machine thing now. But then it's like... why, though? Because, like, then why would she have heard his voice downstairs? That makes no sense. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots, and found Mr. Latos dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage. Guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? Oh, wait, the igniter could have been in the guitar, right? That's also another thing. Okay. Who could have ignited the guitar then? Okay, I'm trying to think. It has to be within the stage, but then we're also 30 feet in the air, so... It had to be someone on stage? Or at least near Gavin while he was playing. I'm trying to think how this all pieces together. This whole thing is a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's Lamierre's fault. She's the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? Old windbag? I think he got the wrong windbag. Prosecutor Gavin. They won't let you work? He won't let me work! Gavin! Says I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He could be a stick in the mud. Such a stick in the mud, damn it. Mr. Gavin? A stick in the mud? That is what he said. He may look all flashy and snowy, but he is as straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's desperate. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar? It was you, Darian. He's just a perfectionist, is all. He's not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gavineers are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Nor the other members of the band. I guess they just don't exist. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it, normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. Right, okay. That's all I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait! Yes? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Wait, and still a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage, okay? When it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Detective Darian Crescend. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Right. Gavin's office. So just going straight into his prosecutor's office? Of course there's guitars here. Yeah, July 9, Prosecutor Gavin's office. So, this is it. The Gavineers' head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting, quietly, so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latos. Latos? Look, don't talk about me about those Borginians, okay? Just give me that report, chop chop. Stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like these when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Hiya. Teehee. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough teehees in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, Who have you come to see? Huh? Cavalier, lead vocalist for the Gavineers? The prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom. What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. You can even ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? Aw, for fuck's sake, really? Well, I'm a lawyer, so my apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. If you want to get my attention, bring me something dramatic. I'm not here to get your attention, Gavin. I'm here to get your information. What was it with that ... What was up with that lisp? The case, Ah, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today? Yes. I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, Hair Forehead? I read the funnies. Then you would not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy. The Prosecutor's Deadly Song. Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know? Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from my trial, my phone's been ringing off the hook. Alright, I'm gonna need some more water. Holy hell, I drink like a whole... like this whole thing of water. And I'm still thirsty. What the fuck? Goddamn. Thirsty boy today, apparently. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? What? It is endless. Endless! Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey! Is that a newspaper over there too? Ah yes, the Virginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead and take a look. Yeah, I can't read a single lick of this. Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. But it didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics of my song. Probably no one in Virginia could believe it. It's probably seen just as a theory at this point. A game theory! God, I miss MathPad already. Fuck. I hope he has a happy retirement. That's all I could say. God. But a journalist didn't see the information to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Virginian newspaper. Lemire's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. My mic is still working, right? Yeah, okay, good. Shit. Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lemire was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case. Quickly if possible. The Guitar Serenade, alright? I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You wrote it with Lemire, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I'd gone to tour Virginia legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lemire's voice? It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence. Oh, so you're an influencer, which is not inconsiderable to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he was talking about his magician career. I think he's sort of a special case, you see. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Machi on piano, and a dulcet voice, damn. And myself on the guitar that I borrowed from Lemire. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say. It's a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump. That's a piece of history! And it's only brown, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyways? I'm trying to keep an eye on my, meal. Okay, how do I keep track of it? Yeah, well, I'm sure it'll notify me when it's on its way. What happened during that song anyway? Why did this guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was one of those stop playing gags on me. I never guessed it wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Oh, did he find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. The results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about, right? Lemier's guitar. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lemier. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar's from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in the air pressure and humidity would ruin the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lemier's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. Right? They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See? Prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burnt. Right. What was it you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in front of the... Yeah? It is called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes. This, in fact. Okay, an igniter. Okay. So why were there two of them? The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now. However, he will be checking this out once he is finished with everything else. Odd. The device looks strangely familiar. Okay. Let's present the igniter to him. It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in the guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene, in Lemier's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? Alright, well, I thought that would get us somewhere. Maybe we gotta talk. No? What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. So he put it on the plate for later consumption? Think a rockstar could afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's not chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? is that? Looks like a lump of plastic. Wait, that phone call. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this stupid thing? Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. What? A replica? So why was he after her in the first place? Yeah, Latos. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latos? Wait a second. You were listening in to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Shusy, what the fuck? Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently, it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latos was after. Really? This lump? Would you mind telling us what you know about it? Alright. The strange lump. Okay. This was found in Mr. Latos' bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump, about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a plastic lump. It's a lump of plastic, Jesus Christ. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean, whatever Mr. Latos was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Caroline. Oh? If you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia. But apparently there is a block of information somewhere along the chain. Oh. There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. Weird. Something about this little piece of plastic. This little Truce went through all that trouble to become Lemur's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump? And he died for it. Replica, okay. I've sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lemire. Perhaps she knows something about it, being Virginian. I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh? Thanks for dropping by, Hair Forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, I guess I could have hid it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. This is... What the hell? About a strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latrus was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Hair Forehead, about taking me on a date. We encounter many incidents in our lives. All of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing the song lyrics. That's what I try to at least retain... Okay. That's why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, y'all. That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fraulein? Can I ask you why you sing in the band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look at me when I walk down the street. And men too. That's pretty simple too. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time perhaps. Alright. July 9, Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lemire is? Well, I saw her backstage, in the backstage hall a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? Can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lemire's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. Alright, she's just chilling with us then. Okay, July 9, backstage hallway. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lemire went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little. She can have gone that far. July 9, 4:46 p.m. in the wings. Oh, we got a specific time, alright. Huh? The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for the section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yikes, it was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lemire has when you think about it. You know, because she's blind. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo? Huh? What? Doesn't something about that stage seem different to you? Oh, fuck. Like something's changed? Oh. Oh, in there! Okay. Changed? Can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Okay, now they're preparing my order. Okay, cool. Now it's bugging me too. What is she talking about? Alright. This. Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before? Okay, I'm gonna need some water. Hold on. Can you guys hear that? Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look! Where the case closes. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Oh, is she unconscious? Eek, Lemire! Lemire! Emma! We have to get Emma! What, she didn't come with us? Lemire was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Susie just clung to my arm and cried. And me? I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Oh, she's dead? Or, I guess close to death. July 9, 5:53 p.m. Hickfield Clinic waiting room. Emma, how's Lemire? Is she okay? Ah, you. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes. She came to a short while ago. We found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh, yeah, she's blind. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lemire! Ah, Mr. Attorney, you're the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? But first, do you know I'm a lawyer? I'm sorry, I'm not quite recovered from the attack. She looks like she had a rough day. That she was just attacked. I'll put this piece of evidence away for her later. Attack. It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought there might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I returned to my dressing room... You were hit? I knew. That very moment I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. So you turned towards the door, and then they attacked you? No. It was lucky for me, the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. Part of the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah! Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That's where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, that sounds like a really close call. The assailant. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they did not say a word. Too bad. Yet, when I considered that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp. You're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult, probably a man. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Lemire? The detective asked me this, too. And to her, I gave him the same answer I give to you. I do not know. Okay, maybe we could present the plastic thing, but she probably wouldn't understand unless she felt it. Ah, Lemire, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? This little Toos was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in a secret identity. He's an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Burgundian cocoon. What? Rather, a convincing replica thereof. You see, us Burgundians aren't born normally. We are born within cocoons. Why haven't I heard of a Burgundian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. He had a baby. Sorry. Sample. Sample, huh? Think they put a big enough label on it? Maybe it's to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yes, they might think it was an otherwise tasty multi-colored lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer. Manufacturer? Sample toys when you can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. Hates Mr. Wright, by the way. The Burgundian cocoon. Well, they call it Burgundian. It must only be found in Virginia. For certain, all of Virginia know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say. I thought she said all in Virginia knew of these. Is she not Virginian? There's one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Virginia know. What's that? The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does, and is caught, they will be put to death. The death? Why? I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there was a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to? Is he secretly Virginian then? Checking out Virginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling? Smuggling. It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. Ah, so you could have brought those Virginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion. And Mr. Latrousse was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latrousse wasn't a Virginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Virginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? I'm trying to think, I don't know right now. Cocoon smuggling. Mr. Latrousse had Lemire marked. Couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemire. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Virginian. Apollo? Would you come with us, if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going? Come on, Truzy. We're about to get to the bottom of this, alright? Oh, we're just going straight here, alright, cool. July 9, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Could you interpret for us, Lamir? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Okay, wingdings. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't that another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney! What do you mean by secret? Okay, he could speak English? What do you mean by secret? Well... Oh, fuck. Was he the one doing the smuggling? There's no way. Take that! If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't! Juicy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we need any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Lamir, please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it. We ask you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? Alright. Continuing with wingdings. Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. But first, did you know I'm a lawyer? Machi, he is upset he could not speak with you. Well, let's hear him out before he gets grumpy, Apollo. Alright. The cocoon. What is this cocoon, anyway? Okay, so now my order's on the way. I'm gonna track it real quick. Estimate arrival, 5 p.m. About when we hit break, huh? Well, I at least know it's coming, I guess. Nothing about a map, though. Wingdings, the cocoon, the soap. There's a potent cure. For... a cure? It must cure some disease. It's a cure for... Incuritus. A cure for Incuritus? Right. A remedy for Incuritus may be extracted. What is that? But if it's a cure, why did you keep it in Virginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I cannot understand the reasons myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. And Mr. Lachusse was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi... Machi, you weren't... He couldn't be a smuggler! He's so little! Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Oh, that's true. I am sort of a magician. She said sort of! Oh, the copy... Oh, to have a copy of that security tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb? I wonder, do you think he bought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Machi really did bring one into the country. Was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right. It's punishable by death. About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Lachusse's death. This meeting's over. No! Oh, fuck off! Okay, now you're suspicious for doing that, Durian? What do you mean visiting hours? What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call from Machi from the Virginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Okay, never mind. Just give us 5 more minutes. We could call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, Piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait! I never liked you. Review. Huh? Well, way to make you look fucking instantly suspicious. Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo? He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo! And there can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. Okay, imagine if it isn't him. I really hope it isn't, because that's kind of obvious. Hold on, I'm trying to fix my computer real quick. Damn. Oh, for fuck's sake, the time just keeps going back. I wanted to go grab the food during break. I should have scheduled it earlier if that was the case. Estimated arrival 5:10. Great. Should have prepared it earlier then. Save your current progress? Yes, Well, we haven't hit break yet, so I guess we're just gonna continue the next chapter. God, my throat's sore. July 10, 9:49 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Alright. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Diane, wait! I never liked you. Review. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Okay, I thought it was gonna repeat the whole thing. And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Bang. Eek! What was that? He is heard, but unseen. Oh my god. Why? Why? Who's that talking? Bana Gamari! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valen? A preposterous proposition. How could I stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Oh, with vanishing magic? Indeed. I'll jump on express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? In Grand Glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. It's Trucy, but what pains me to part so. I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. Okay. And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion's always a spectacle to remember. It usually involves cutting up things, like people or elephants. Or the Eiffel Tower. Anything, really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert. That's called terrorism, Trucy. Amir's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he means by being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Alright, here we go. Ah, excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great. I bet he stayed up too late last night, watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. Oh! Is it linked to this? Okay. Is it linked to this? They probably mentioned it already and I just forgot. The Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said he had nowhere to go. Had nowhere to go visit him after the trial. Oh, and that's why he probably did it. He probably was involved with the smuggling, maybe. To try and help the criminal, the Supreme Justice's son. Maybe. There's an article about it in the newspaper. Incorrectus syndrome. Yeah, there it is. First case in the country. If you care, read about it yourself. Yeah. Article about the Chief Justice's son who was infected with incuritis. I just pieced together the name. Incurable-itis. Yeah. Incuritis? Where have I heard that before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose the page with the fuzzies if you can. Sheesh. July 10, 10:30 a.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3. Ahem. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of, how do you say this name again? Machi Tabai, our suspect fortissimo. Right. In his trial, in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Okay, what the fuck? I just looked at the time my food's arriving. Now it's 40 minutes. Good God, I should have scheduled this earlier. Okay. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice's... with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuritis, was it? That article said there is no known cure. Herr Judge, let me say with all honesty I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. Ask Interpol about that number. IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Lachos. Thank you for looking into that for us, Detective Krisen. It's a great help. I really keep fucking pronouncing Lachos's name differently every time his name pops up, huh? Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Hold it. Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it. It was him? That voice I heard. Talking to Mr. Lachos. When I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darien. No way. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have guessed that Darien would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darien Crescend is a member of my band, the Gaviniers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is... What you aware, Herr Forehead? Oh, goddammit. He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let's review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviniers ripped up the first stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lemire, and Machi, along with drummer and bassist for a total of 5. Alright. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lemire and the defendant, Machi Tabai, had left the stage at that point, and the Gavaneers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right? I'm sure I did. Furthermore, Lemire herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. And she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and the Detective Cassand talking. But that's impossible! Detective Cassand was... Precisely. Detective Cassand was on stage, laying his groove on, no less. God damn it. Viola! A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true. When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Detective Cassand's alibi has been acknowledged, which means Lemire was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, we have to disregard her testimony. If we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Oh, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now, the prosecutor's Gavin's case is airtight. Lemire might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Not the case. What about the case? Wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death. This meeting's over. Darian? Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him. Under oath. Very well. The court finds the defendant, or what was his name again? Objection. Your Honor. No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marcus, or Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls the defendant, Machi Tabai, to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and where's the toilet. The defense would like to request Lemire as an interpreter. Lemire? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she can't be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Hair Forehead. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lemire lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are in for it, well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lemire to the witness stand. Oh, okay, they're just stuck there together then. I suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with. If you would, Lemire. Yes. He says Machi Tabai, the defendant. This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good? Very well. Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would... What, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet. Apollo! Aren't you going to ask him what he wants to what he was about to tell us yesterday? Yeah. How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment. If I may speak. Yes, Lemire. Just now, Machi said there is something which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. Ah, the suspense is killing me. What? 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 Well, Amir, according to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe. And I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is a vital testimony, Machi. Please testify to the court. Very well. Witness testimony. Okay, this is interesting. Proof of innocence. He says word of Mr. Latus's death came at a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of the song, that is, he could not have done it. Okay, food's on the way. Okay. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lemire to know the meaning of that song. Lemire! Did you ever explain the lyrics of the song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lemire might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony. I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today. Alright, here we go. Proof of innocence. He says word of Mr. Latus's death came at a great shock. Alright. If the killing truly was followed the song, that is, he could not have done it. He says because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Okay, after this we're gonna go on a mini break for the bathroom, and then and then we'll continue, and then we'll have a little bit of a longer break for food. Alright, bracelet time. He says that because the lyrics are in English. Oh, wait, I saw that. Wait, no. Go back. Stop. Go back. I saw that. I saw him look away. Here's, I can perceive you. Here's what we're gonna do. Gotcha! Me and my boys are gonna mess you up. Fuck. Machi. You can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lemire said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? Well, what are you saying? Of course you can. Lemire, okay. Must he continue the charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language. That is all. What? Give me a break! Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this! How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a simple, suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. You read about it in the paper. Newspaper. The newspaper. The Virginian Daily Bugle. You could buy it in these countries these days, you know. They already have begun to report about this in our homeland. I was right! What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes. They are quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi is lying! Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. Alright, do we show the paper then? Alright, present the paper. Take that! I have here a Virginian newspaper. The Virginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What's this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You could have read about the lyrics in the Virginia newspaper. What does this mean? Alright, let's go on a mini break. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna continue, and then we're gonna take a longer break when my food gets here. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So, the lyrics weren't in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Machi says, yes? It is true, I've read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard the lyrics from me. What? Why not just open with that? Is this true, Lemire? Yes. I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself. It looks like Carrefour has been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. Oh, no! I was onto something, I know it! I can't just let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination? Okay, you just want... This is a personal thing for you, Judge. Like, he does not give a fuck about justice, huh? Like, I mean, I get the idea. I know why he's worried. But, like, come on. Do your job. Be professional here. What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. The bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor? Jesus Christ, that knocked over a box on my desk. Hold on. Please allow me to continue. If you must. Very well. Witness? I understand. Okay. It was I who explained... Okay. Fuck. My guess is it's her this time, because she's speaking. Maybe? Unless he's looking. Here again. I don't think they would change it, right? Alright, let's look at him. Let's look at him again. Okay. No. Alright, here again. Let's look back at her. Oh! Perceive, I saw that. Gotcha! Gotcha! There we go. Okay, she swallowed, like, immediately. Lemire. I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lemire, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lemire, you're protecting... Okay. Machi, obviously. Take that! Take that! Lemire, you're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I did not fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lemire lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover up a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Yeah, okay. Does he speak English? Is he gonna start talking in English, or does he just understand it? Understanding and speaking is two different things. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, a little only. Okay. Fuck, now I have to come up with a voice for him. Yes, a little only. Alright. What? First you could see, now we could talk. And you. Did you not know about this, Lemire? No, I did not. This is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? This is last. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor. Which would be after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latus had already been shot. And then we came to the door. Panel high up. I take off. Run away. Run away. So you escaped through that air vent? As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? Objection! No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I had no shooting. Manager on floor. Okay, I'll just do my normal voice. I had no shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. Objection! The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get them to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is! What's this cocoon, anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. Okay, yeah, a cure for incuritis. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. The cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No, no more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Hair Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we're likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Alright. Speaking of 5 minutes, we have 5 minutes until my food gets here. Well, less than 5, it's 4 now. July 10, 11:23 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Apollo Eustace. That's justice. But I don't know how to say it if you want to get some. If you ever want to get some. Believe, I know shooting. She claims Mr. Latrousse was already on the ground when he entered the room. Oh, it's here in 1 minute. Alright. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Okay. Well, apparently it's gonna be here. Food's gonna be here in 1 minute. So, going on break. Okay, they're already here. Alright. I'll be right back. Hold on. You guys got music in the background. You guys are doing. Gotta change my jacket as well. I want to go down with this one more. I wonder if they gave me any forks and stuff. I'm not gonna lie to you, feeling a little faint. I haven't really eaten much today. I had like something at like 8, I think. 8 o'clock, I had like a sandwich at 8 o'clock. And that's basically all the meals I had. And a sandwich and a candy bar was all the meals I had today. And like a thing of coffee. Not much else outside of that. So I'm feeling pretty hungry. So I got like a katsu bowl, a chicken katsu bowl. Which looks good, but I should have checked inside the bag first. Damn, no forks, no spoons, nothing. Alright. Cool. I gotta go grab it myself then. I'll do it myself. Where did I? Sorry, let me take a few bites of this. Just to get something in my stomach. It's always Sundays I don't end up eating a lot. I guess, like, on weekdays I usually have, like, a protein shake in the morning. Because of early morning workouts, and then I eat lunch, and then that's pretty much it. And then I eat, like, a lunch, and then maybe have like a peanut butter jelly sandwich before bed, and that's pretty much it for the whole day. Chicken katsu isn't too bad. Sauce is interesting. Not a sauce I'm used to, but it's not that bad. A little spicy, a little tangy. Alright, let's continue. Let me move that out of the way a little bit. Alright. Maybe it was trapped and he walked right into it. Suddenly I hear revolver. Close, very close. Then I hear a voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead? And then you heard shots? If that's true. Okay, that makes sense. So then it's a recording. So it could have happened during the third set. Alright. It could have been from the mixing board too, maybe. Played from somewhere, but it had to be played from somewhere, right? Are they gonna explain it? Do we already have it in our evidence? Like, is there another music track in here? I don't think so. Okay. I don't think we can access it like that. I think we're gonna access it like last minute. So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? I'm trying to find a way to put my Gatorade in a place where it won't be in the way. And you escaped through the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? Does he know? I know if I opening then, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? Hey, he's right! Look, Apollo! Oh yeah, you can. Huh? Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I thought his father was an architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Oh, it's part of his trick. Don't look at me! A magician, huh? There's only one other magician in the fucking series so far, Apollo. Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us? Leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're hurting yours defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. No, that's what Daddy always told me. No. Surely you're oversimplifying it, because Phoenix, we had a case where we were defending an actual murderer. Hold on, I gotta take off my shoes. I had them on the whole stream. I don't need them on anymore. I want my dogs to breathe. Thank you. There we go. I'll just pretend you misheard them every time. So, what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking, no. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Alright, it's probably gonna be the magician, right? Or is it gonna be Latouche? Lemire. Did I say Latouche? Lemire. Sorry. Right. Okay. Alright, July 10, 11:28 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Man, I should probably decide to eat or talk, huh? Court is now back in session. Do I have enough room to slam the table? Well, we're about to find out. Hopefully I don't accidentally hit a spoon or fork and then just send them fucking flying. Mr. Justice, have you sorted out things with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach the case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I'd like to cross-examine the witness in this case. Lemire. Lemire? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lemire's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lemire was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lemire dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I guess he didn't know. I heard no such report. Okay, well, they just said it. Okay. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lemire? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? that someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think... I do! It was the same person who shot Mr. Latrousse. The killer was afraid of her. Afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So I am to understand that this is what you're saying. Namely, that there was a nugget of truth in Lemierre's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. If Lemierre was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points during her testimony during trial yesterday. Yesterday's trial, goddammit. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lemierre's testimony once more. Lemierre, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. I do not need apologize. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots from the shooter and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darren Crescent, right? Yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed, and was found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice. I don't know exactly what yet, but I know there's something there. There is, it seems. Much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. Alright. Witness testimony. Alright, here we go. What I heard. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latrousse and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Alright. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I've said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lemierre was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly examine the witness. Alright, here we go. Cross-examination time. What I heard, I was on my way from the... Okay. That's when I heard them. Mr. Latrousse and the detective. Alright. What were they talking about? Darren Crescent? I did not know his name at the time. But yes, it was him. The one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There was no way you could have heard them. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. But was it closed during the time of the murder? Apollo, if you keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle we could try. What were they talking about? Lemierre, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I've given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? But my memory is clear. I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latrousse. The shooter then. Darren Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche. I thought it was quite strange myself, afterward. It is a mystery. What could could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's, very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Paulo? Alright, I think this is the switch, right? The remote trigger. Pull my devil trigger. I never even played Devil May Cry 5, but I know all the fucking songs because of all the fucking statuses. Objection! And I know fucking Nero loses an arm and gets the Devil Breaker. I only know shit from the memes. I know Virgil comes back, but I don't know when or how. I don't know the context behind it. I only know the memes. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Alright, I'm gonna take another bite. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch. Save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens, I have a switch right here! That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lemire heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility. Objection! Objection. Please don't punch the wall. Oh, hair forehead. I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind you the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemire's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviniers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being quite a band. Quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too, have hair forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Okay, yeah, it happened. It happened during this. Alright, I got it. During their song. Sorry. But he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you'd like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage, the dressing room floor. Oh. Oh, okay, maybe it's not that. Oh, right, it's the headset. I forgot about the headset. Take that! For a minute. Take that! I fucking forgot about the headset. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? But why that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually. They're for talking between band members. We all had one. Went on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. Objection! Objection. God damn it, he's punching the wall again. True, but wait. Those send out an electrical signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Lemire said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram on the concert forum. Okay, were they in the vents? Ah! Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far. But the direct but the direct distance is less than 30 feet, or that. But it's at the piano again. That can't be! So when Lemire heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on the stage.
Objection!
Objection. Ha! You're claiming that this is the switch in the question. Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried elsewhere, anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh. Well, sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch, anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Okay, so that's... Wait a second! I do know what this switch is! And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case! What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of it when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch... Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what the switch is? Obviously, the igniter. Take that! Alright, I'm gonna take another bite. Speaking of taking, I'm gonna be taking another bite of this. Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's a light, like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Yo! Mr. Justice, we will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. My whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. The switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something new? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Ah, exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Virginia from Lemire. He said it sounded amazing, that the sound was amazing, before it burned, of course. Now it's just a kind of smokes. For the guitar, the brighter it burns. Her forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lemire, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latrousse and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. Though, something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Objection! Her forehead. Don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. Okay, is he gonna start talking about the gunshots? Well, there's speakers in the room. Do you think they could have, like, played, like the sound of gunshots? I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes? The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Lemire's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, the story makes no sense. Objection. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place during the third act. Objection! There we go. What's this? But Detective Emma Sky heard shots and found the body. All this happened in the third act. Objection! Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in the dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely, that the victim had already been shot. Okay. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane! Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that this remote trigger igniter was inside the guitar. God, fucking just tongue twister here. From all these facts, we can only draw one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Alright. Order! 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 But that goes against the evidence! What does, Your Honor? The crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song. Yes? Hey, he's right, look! The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. Maybe it's to throw us off? You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flames. Yet Hair Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't I put it better myself? We're only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime scene followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he followed the lyrics the whole way. Order! 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 That'll explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. Objection! God damn it. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. God, we just keep fucking having to hit our wall. Christ. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. But you've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Hair Forehead. One I pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lambert have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Amir's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard. The shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look what we have. Look. What do we have? Okay, look, what do we have? A man saying, press the switch. Sorry, I had to read that a few times. I had a stroke. Okay, it has to do with this, right? Maybe, remember the trick. Remember the magic trick. Maybe she came down here and then came up here, right? Maybe? The magician's trick. That's where the magician's trick came in. She vented! Imposter! Alright. Press the switch. They're both imposters. Sus among us. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last, but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be a coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime. God damn it. That window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemire heard the voice? A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lemire heard a voice. She heard it during the second set. Think. How was Lemire able to hear the voice? Yeah, she was somewhere else, right? When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. So she'd had no reason to close it, had it been opened, either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it's good to hear you're making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be Borginian, too. As I was saying, Lemire could not hear the voice through the window. Well, someone can never fucking visit Virginia again, ever, after that comment. Damn, Clavier. Okay. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. Anyway, I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now, I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Hair Forehead? Lemire clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there was only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Think about it. Is there another small window at the scene? The vent. There is? Ah, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lemire heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where the location was. Lemire heard the voice from here. Is it that vent, or is it this vent? Now I'm a little worried. Is it this vent? Take that! This is where Lemire heard that voice from. But that's no small window. That's the air vent. Okay, yeah. She vented! What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. Ludicrous speed. So Lemire was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Hair Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? Ha! It hardly merits save! God damn it. Why would Lemire be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense to her, of course. Or like the imposter from Among Us. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lemire? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. Hey, man, it has me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I fear the prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. Following here is words. Lemire, the small window which you heard the voice, was it high on the ceiling of the room, not low to a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? Order! Order! I will have order! Alright. Well, I'm gonna take this opportunity to take another bite. Witness, you will clarify the statement to the court. Yeah, my food's already gone cold. Are you in fact saying that you were above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point. I was like the imposter. Sussy Among Us. I don't know. Alright, I gotta stop with the Among Us jokes. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. May I remind you that this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. God, there's still another part to this trial. Above the ceiling. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I heard that there was a small window there before. I was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I'm bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance! So this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime. You must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination's for. Yaha, Furhead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Okay, yeah, it was... I already know why. I just don't know what fucking evidence we're going to use. No evidence! Above the ceiling. Maybe... I was above the ceiling. Yeah, okay. Small window in the middle of a performance. I had no time to deal with the word. And so while I was there, I cannot say. Okay. If it's during the performance, then maybe it's the videotape. Objection! Lemire, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. It wraps itself. Okay, yeah, I got it. Singing in Animal Crossing. So she managed to catch that? While blind? As we can see, Lamia was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. But what saddens me to be so realistic, Lamia is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo! What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. Trucy, shut the fuck up, we're in a murder case, alright? I'm not about to fucking fall victim to the fucking case 3 curse, alright? We're gonna break it this time, except not really. Because this case still is kinda eh. It's mid. It's not bad, but it's kind of alright. Maybe it will be bad if I just ruminate on it longer. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating. But how is this possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. Right, okay, hold on. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows the illusion was performed. Oh, how the illusion was performed. Shit. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we could trace a route to the ceiling. Yeah. To the backstage to the rear of the forum. Recall Lemier's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lemire knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know. I know if I opening then, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, but I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of the acts on a need-to-know basis. It's a murder trial! God damn it! Fuck, it's fucking Danganronpa V3 all over again with Case 2 and the fucking ultimate magician not telling us how our fucking tricks work. When if we fucking fail to solve the murder case, we all die. Or in this case, fucking an innocent child fucking goes to prison. Trucy! No, not you. Where's the other guy? Fucking Valent. It's a murder trial. Fucking tell us the trick. But the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know. It is why he bound Lemire to secrecy. Well, Lemire? I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Hachi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before... Okay, here we go. There's very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds, tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. She probably just walked past. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. She just fucking walked, alright? It wasn't even that quiet. You could hear it in the vent. Come on. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes? It's all up to you. Do your thing. Just, what thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lemire was able to teleport like she did. We just explained it, Your Honor. Your Honor, we just fucking talked about it. Your Honor, she had the cross here. Your Honor, we just explained it. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Ugh. How do I get picked on? It's Lemire who isn't going along with the program here. As I've stated before, I'm not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. We already know the trick, though! Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before the finals. Good luck, Apollo. God. Really? I thought we just explained it, or am I just thinking ahead? And I'm thinking we've already explained it when we still have to go through the explanation. And here I thought we already explained it. The Big Illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There was an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter from the form on the opposite side of the stage. The plan for me was to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. God, it's just fucking Apollo has to explain everything as everyone else is already fucking in the... Well, not really. Just Apollo has to fucking explain everything to this court, huh? All I have to do is find a connection between what Lemire is saying and what we could see plainly in the video. I figured that already. I am a magician after all. Are you gonna tell me, or are you just gonna say, I know the answer, but fucking good luck? Well, tell me! Not a chance. Fuck you, Trucy. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. There's a child! Trucy! Trucy! It's Trucy! Trucy! There's a fucking innocent child who's gonna go to fucking prison for murder if we don't fucking get this right. Trucy, now's not the fucking time! Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. God, it's fucking... Do you think Danganronpa V3 took fucking inspiration from this case specifically for case 2? Because I'm starting to get pissed off like I did back then. Okay. Follow the route as instructed. Backstage where stagehand waited. From there was one in an orbit. Okay. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. Okay, how? Hold it! 2 minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? In that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling? Haha, Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. Ah, that's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes. Though I nearly did make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Amir disappears on the video for 20 seconds. So she went back to the crime scene, right? But she said she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer is there, right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. Evidence explaining the discrepancy. Oh, wait. Can I see the video? Did her brooch disappear during the performance? Because I only now just remembered. Oh yeah, her brooch was there in the performance. Next scene. Alright, brooch is there. Is it gone? Fuck's sake. It doesn't look like it's there. Oh, fuck me. I guess we just have to wait for the... Guess we just have to see Gavin eat shit again when his guitar is set on fire, alright? Did I say Gavin? Clavier. What the fuck did Gavin come from? I think that came from his last name. Okay, does not look like the brooch is there. Okay, I think I got it. Present evidence, alright? There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and testimony. The brooch, right? Is it pronounced brooch or brooch? Take that! Lemire, do you happen to remember this brooch? Alright, hold on. I'm just gonna finish the rest of this. Oh god, this is a long case. Alright. Lemire, do you happen to remember this brooch? Aha! The brooch! We all saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now, why? I thought we already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Alright, yeah. Animal Crossing singing. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. Now I'm starting to fucking pronounce the fucking brooch different ways every time it pops up, like I do fucking Lachos's name. So she is. Let's take a look. Let's look a bit later. What? The brooch! It's gone! What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in a short space of 20 seconds. Now it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. Lemire we see before the vanishing act and Lemire we see after are two different people. What? What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Okay, so there were two different... Okay, I guess that makes sense. Lemire, tell me. Did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Right. Order! Prosecutor Gavin! From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it. So you knew that too, and you just stayed silent about it. God. Fucking talk! Can people in this courtroom fucking talk? God. What? Don't get me wrong. I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me. But the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right? There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage towers rose, Lemire was replaced. How? While we're on the subject, just who is this replacement Lemire? Why, the man behind the illusion. Valant Gramire. Grammarly. I already forgot how to fucking pronounce his name. Sorry, was he cross-dressing? It was Grammarly? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? How? Switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage? That's right. But this, fake Lemire is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. Oh, so it's just a recording? They were just playing a recording. Okay, so when are we gonna fucking get to the point to where we're saying, oh, they were playing a recording of the fucking gunshots? The Gaviniers aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fairline. Oh. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lemire. Very well. Yes. You tell. And add it to your testimony. Are you serious? I had to keep singing even while I moved. So, was it the headset? Hold it! You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I used this. Okay, makes sense. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing? When everywhere I go is the same darkness. But if you were singing while you were walking, okay, I get it, you're fucking blind. This is like Toph levels of having to remind people they're blind. Okay. Speaking of Toph, Avatar The Last Airbender, other than, like, the last week, I binge watched the live action, and the live action's pretty mid, not gonna lie. Pretty mid, the effects were kinda cool. I guess the air ones looked a little funky, but when you bring air powers to live action, it always is gonna look funky. I feel like it misses the point with a few of the characters. I feel like they do some things good, some things pretty good. Some editions I really liked. I'm trying not to go into too many spoilers for that. And honestly, the Netflix live action adaptation just made me remember how much I liked the old show, and I started binge watching it, and I binge watched the first 2 seasons already, and I'm planning on finishing the 3rd season this week. Wow, like, she was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. No, she's singing underground. No, Apollo, are you in... No, she's underground. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. Fuck's sake. What state? Ah, I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. The speaker? The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied? The dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lemire singing in the ceiling. Sounded just like Lemire singing over the speaker? Genius! Her voice was hidden by her voice! Ah. Lemire? I had just remembered something. Do tell! When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the 2nd verse. So not many would notice. Forehead! That mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing? Huh? Oh god, are we gonna have to fucking use this for the 2nd part too? The machine, Apollo! The one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this! I completely forgot about it. We just have it in our fucking pocket dimension. The guitar serenade. Let's take a listen, god. Oh. They're in the 2nd verse, huh? Fuck, are we gonna have to do this the whole time? So it's that. Okay, it must have been during that then. Do we have to listen to the whole thing? The song does stop there! Okay, good. Thank God. We don't have to fucking go through the whole thing. Oh, alright. I'm sorry. It's like 2 cases I hate the most. Mashed into one. Well, not 2, but like 2 I kind of dislike. Not hate the most. I mean, God. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet. At the top, the 2nd verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. Did she only say pleasure once? How did the mic not pick up the gunshot? This is evidence indeed. I believe we're guilty of making a terrible mistake. Oh shit. Did my seat hit something? What the hell? The crime didn't happen during the 3rd set. It happened during the 2nd. During Lemire's ballad. If that is true, then no one on the stage during the 2nd verse could have been the shooter. Which means that Darien Kersen could have done it. He wasn't on the stage for the 2nd set. Right? Okay, can't wait to say, but can you prove he did the murder? Can you prove that, someone else did the murder? Or, like, who did the murder instead of this child who we already proven is innocent and has an alibi? I don't know, that's not my job. Too bad, guilty. Fucking life in prison for the kid. What? Alright. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turn around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Airforehead's theory does have a certain logic to it. God damn it. Yet it's entirely based upon Lemier's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof! All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean... Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on this case. As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice. Alright? It's justicing time. My favorite part of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney is when Apollo Justice says it's justicing time and just justices all over the place. Alright. There's a good time for the time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and be ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Alright. God, this is a fucking long case. There's still a second part to this. Alright, we're gonna keep going until 7 and then take another mini break. God, the second part is probably gonna take an hour. Alright, we're back fucking top. Alright, continue the next chapter. Okay, here we go. To be continued immediately. July 10, 1:40 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Apollo, I can't believe it! It really happened during the second act. And in the middle of the Lemier's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent. And that switch, and the flaming guitar. And you think, link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. I knew you had what it took. There we go, that's Phoenix. Ah! Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot. I forgot about this for a minute. Ah, daddy, there we go. Mr. Wright! You believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than say hiya. Why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately? Oh god, she says this a lot, doesn't she, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Ah, sorry about that, Juicy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche? Only shorter and not as well dressed? No. What if you're shot too, Daddy? God. Would I do a thing like that to you? Yes. Have you seen your fucking trilogy? Have you seen what happens in you in your fucking trilogy? Hell, even in this series you're not safe. You were fucking hit by a car, flew 20 feet into a fucking electric pole. Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi Tabai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darren Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? The case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely, that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch, and the switch? A piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, the case smells like butter in a frying pan. Leaving it behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. She gave you snackaroos, alright. What is that? What are those, Daddy? They don't look very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Okay. Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar like that. Like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Oh! So he did it again. So he did it again during his performance. Couldn't he just get... Clearly he had someone working with him, right? Why didn't he just get someone else that he was working with to do it for him instead of doing it during the performance? Like a oh, god damn it. I can't even fucking look at the other song. Where's the other song? I can't change it back to the other song. But he fucked up on his guitar. So, did he try to did he fumble with it during his performance? Like he was shredding on the guitar, it's like, alright, now I can set off the firecrackers to make it sound like gunshots were fired. Shit, fuck, shit. Fumbles it in his hand while playing the guitar. Like, what the hell? He was clearly working with someone, right? Otherwise, why would he shout, okay, fucking pull the trigger? Like, why would he do that? He was working with someone else. Just have someone else do it. Unless they were also on stage. Like, what? Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo! That's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally some evidence that makes sense. Alright, burnt fragments. Yeah, I got it. I've already figured out the whole case. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. In this case, there's an igniter inside the guitar. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out of the door just like that. Just like a magician. Normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense from when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. July 10, 1:55 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 3. Alright. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's the Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian, was the first detective I've ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs, Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but that has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know, Hair Forehead. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. As for his motive, I can only think of him trying to get the, the cocoon for the cure for, like, the kid. Oh boy, Detective Darian Crescent. God, this is gonna be a fucking long case. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. Of course it's the International Affairs. And I'm a guitarist for the Gaviniers. Maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. Okay. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian. Don't call me partner. Feh, so much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lemire's testimony. If, in fact, you have anything to say about it. Oh, you got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Virginia. Well, someone else is never going to be able to go into Virginia. Huh? And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Ha! Conventional methods are out of the window, huh? Here goes nothing. Darian's rebuttal. Vivi's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots? As if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man! Okay, whatever you say, Josuke. So you claim Lemire's testimony was a lie. Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. Okay, and he's ableist. Alright, nice. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Don't waste any time finding our weak spot. You can't do this with Lemire's testimony alone. We'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Alright, yeah. I know. I got the evidence. I got it, okay. Shut up. I know. Got it. As if. Then Detective Emma Sky. Alright. It's the firecrackers, right? Burnt fragments, alright. Objection! Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this, small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hoped. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Eh? How did Gavin know about this? What? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received a report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness today in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. There we go. Got it out eventually. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? No, we're saying they were remotely detonated, motherfucker. Right when two witnesses came walking by? Ha! No, they weren't walking by. Nuh-uh. Emma had to be there because she's a security guard. I just so happened to be there. That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest, and there's no one to hear. You get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? No, I can prove it! Apollo, I can prove it! How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Darian's a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. You may not look it, partner? Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happen to pass through the hallway several times a day myself. You know, it's fucking surreal. I know I'm not doing the voices because my throat's sore, but it's kind of surreal how these two were partners once. And like Clavier, I used to give him the Marco voice, but now he has the Muscle Man voice just in my head. And God, I would be doing it if my throat wasn't sore right now. And now the Marco voice has just gone to fucking the detective guy. I already forgot his name. Darian. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset. The kind all the band and staff members were wearing. Yeah, there we go. That's right! We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if the headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? Oh. You could hear what was going on in that hallway. Okay, I guess that's also another possibility. Even if you were out on stage. Wait, but then wouldn't everyone else hear it? Is it not a shared channel? Is it not like a shared channel? It's like, dude, your fucking mic is on. Shut the fuck up. Like, what? Is it not a shared channel? It's just one way? Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in the court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Hair Forehead. Okay, it's weird. Clavier is like on our side. He's been on our side for like the last 2 cases. It's like Edgeworth, like at the end of Edgeworth's arc, where he's on our side. Like, why are you on our side? Like, just automatically. God, what is your backstory? What is your deal with Phoenix, man? I'm curious. Are you gonna be like the reverse Edgeworth, where it's revealed, like you're just trying to lull us into like a sense of like comfort and then catch us off guard? I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sounds of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. God damn it. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. Ugh. You've made the possibility that the shots you heard during the 3rd set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing that went down in the 2nd act, while our little piano player was on stage. That's right, Gavin. That right, Gavin? Indeed. If you can't prove that... Stop punching the fucking wall. Then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Oh, I assure you, it's quite pointed. Well, Mr. Justice? Can you prove the crime took place during the 2nd set? Can we? Yeah, I think. I guess you can. You'd better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. If it can be proven. Make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. God. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness, your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. Heh, you ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Alright. Shooting took place on the 2nd set, If you're so sure, what's your proof? Alright. Is it the mixing board again? Objection! It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lemire's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. Part? Remove the slider to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lemire's voice included. Oh ho! But what does this prove? According to Lemire's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots! Exactly. Ha! Ridiculous! How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in the dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Dorian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh, did the headset pick it up? Hey man, you're going placid. We're all deeply involved in our performance. But Lamierre's headset would have picked up what she heard at all the same. All the same? Yeah, okay, good. Then let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now. Alright. Lamire stopped singing when she heard those shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Alright. Let's isolate the vocals. Alright. Will the gunshots be fucking clear all of a sudden? What? That was so obvious! What? Okay, that was so obvious. Take that! I guess the instruments must have drowned it out. Your Honor, listen to this part closely. This is the track with Lemire's vocals. Please don't make me... This is interesting, though. This is an interesting gimmick that this game had. Pleasure. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. You're kind of going flaccid there, dude. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lemire's testimony was true. Gah! Alright. We're gonna be here a while. Order! So she was telling the truth about what she heard. It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught fire. Detective Kusen, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? Lemire was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must have not been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then she passed over the dressing room. The gun fired again. Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again, I am reminded of something. A performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Hair Forehead. What is it with you today? Problem after problem. A chung. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then, there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. Uh-oh. Something just fell off my desk, hold on. Give me a minute. Something fell off my desk. Alright, cool. It was you, Darian! Alright. I thought it was strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latouche's .45 caliber handgun cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait! You mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself during that shooting that revolver? Ha! You're forgetting something! Yes, Detective Crescent? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. Standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche. It suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim. So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Really? I guess that's a possibility. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent! What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney! Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on the tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a .45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescend. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Alright. Proof of innocence? Right. Come on! Why do we even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. That was the Diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know our manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? Alright. God damn it. A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is the case... Is it... Okay, it has to be the replica, right? Is it the case that Mr. Lachos had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find the motive. Proof of innocence, alright. Objection! Alright. Your Honor? Take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. Or, it's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Kusin, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. Alright, yeah, his eyes are twitching. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon? Never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with a motive for killing Mr. Chus, does it? It does! Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of. Not this one. This cocoon is a powerful curative. A curative? For what? Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia. Why, though? Why would Virginia make it illegal? Like, you can make so much bank off of it with this disease. Off of, like, the fucking disease and selling the cure for it. Whatever for. If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. Poison? A deadly poison, in fact. Okay, fair enough. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. Okay, is this gonna relate to the fucking case 7 years ago? It caused quite the commotion in the global community. Well, the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing! All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon export. One rigidly enforced by Interpol among others. Interpol? Right. The victim, Romian Latos, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescend, you insist on referring to him as a manager. But that is misleading. Roman Latos wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm not saying that could well be a motive for a murder. Oh, so I was gonna sell it to the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous! Totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Oh, it's thinkable, alright. Oh, I assure you, it's quite thinkable. Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons business. Alright, witness testimony. Okay, I'm gonna get more water after this. Cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Alright. Fuck, here we go. Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover. You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I gonna risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well. You may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I got. He was up to something, and I'm gonna find out what. Alright? I'd say Apollo is pretty impressive as a attorney so far. Probably better than Phoenix at his prime, if I'm being... not at his prime. Better than Phoenix at his beginning. Because Phoenix had Mia. Don't get me wrong, Trucy is still useful, but not, like, as useful. Maybe it's because we're getting help from the prosecution this time around. A little bit of help from the prosecution this time around, instead. Like a combination of the support and the prosecution, instead of just Mia coming in to save the day all the time. Cocoon smuggling, right? Oh, wait. Okay, so it has to do with the... no. This one, right? Incuritis? Incuritis, right? Objection! Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I would kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article. That's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon. But so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. Incuritis? I've heard of that somewhere. Yeah, the one... Yeah, the kid you're visiting, Judge. You went to visit the victim of the disease this morning. Yeah, thank you, Apollo. Aha! Why, that's a disease the Chief Justice's son has. You weren't saying... Our witness is a detective. You would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying... The Chief Justice would never deal in contraband. Not even to save his own son's life. But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck would be the Chief Justice. The one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Yeah, okay, good. I had to read that twice because it just kind of went on. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice? Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Burgundian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination. Oh, for fuck. Burgundian Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Okay. The guitar, right? Is it the guitar? It could have been from Virginia. It could have been smuggled through the guitar, right? Like if it was inside the guitar. Objection! Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. Prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. Believe it! What was it that you told me yesterday in your office? Oh god. Is that why they went into so much detail with this? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lemire. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar's from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity would ruin the wood. So we packed it in the Lemire studio. There's a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... Oh, because his keys were also stolen for the guitar case. With cocoons this small, it would have been very easy. To use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin. The guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory here, Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called a sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. An igniter! Exactly. Considering this, if you will, what if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course. There was one way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? Yo! Alright. Order! So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Ah, their forehead. At last it all comes together. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lemire's ballad, if you would. First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor. If you please, damn. Which forced me to break the lock with my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unopening the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latouche. Ah! Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon was confiscated, then the gig would be up. Jig. The jig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch, now! The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then... Mr. Latouche died. Could that have been Darian's name? Maybe. With Lemire there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant, man! Detective Kasen. I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Virginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Ha! Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How did I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. He had help, a Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lemire heard proves it. Oh, it was in the piano, right? It's over. Press the switch, now. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it. The coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Alright, here we go. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes a great responsibility. Make your answer up on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly punished. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Punished or penalized? Penalized, goddammit. Who was the smuggler's accomplice? Alright. It was the kid, right? There's no other person. Machi. Take that! There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice. And that person is the defendant, Machi Tabai. Alright. Let's take a quick little break. We hit another 2 hours. We're gonna finish off this episode. Alright. Let's finish this. And that person is the defendant, Machi Tabai. But Mr. Justice, he's your client! The defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. Not really. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier, that he's innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Virginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lemire? He couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that this remote only works in the range to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that part's true. Alright, that's true, okay. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lemire was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemire still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Is it going to show the difference? Yeah. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lumiere stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happened to be 15 feet tall. In other words, there we go. The remote couldn't have worked from Lumiere's position in the air vent. Ah. Well, Detective Kristen, what do you have to say to that? Your Honor? Yes, Detective? Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time. Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me that he has a way out of this. Great. God, fucking, we're back with this fucking Animal Crossing song. Ah ha 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 ha! Too bad, so sad. What? Punk? 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 First you were Sleeves, then Kid, now Punk? You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? Problem isn't what we see, correct, Dorian? Right, that's what you hear. We are musicians after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, Punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered that weeb pianist to set off that igniter? That right? Yes? Well, in order to do that, we'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it? Ah. Yeah, how is he supposed to hit the switch if he's playing? Okay. I wish there were the lyrics here. Because they may not even be in this part of the song. It might be in a different part of the song. Yeah, there was a slight pause there, wasn't there? God damn it, I wish we could fucking... I'm trying to listen. So piano's 4. Like, there was a pause, right? Yeah, like there. Was it like around here? Where was the guitar burned? I don't remember. Wait, fuck, now I gotta restart and fucking listen to it again. God damn it. Sorry, now we gotta fucking restart and listen to it again because I accidentally muted it. Yeah, like, there's multiple pauses. He could have done it. I'm trying to figure it out myself. Maybe... That's what he's playing. You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with their hands free was the diva. Lumiere. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Urgh. The accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Oh, they could have pressed the switch because it was in the piano. And they just used the string, right? Ugh. Did they hit the switch while I was in the piano? God damn it, they're gonna show us it anyways. But this wasn't the part of the song when the guitar was set off. Piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does not seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. It does seem to be playing, sorry. Thought I had to sneeze twice. But, well, it's okay. Yeah, I'll make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? Your parents made you, so like, sorry. I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... Something's odd about the performance there. Odd? There might not have been a pause. Like, the switch was in the piano. Maybe he put the switch in the piano so that if he heard that, he could just press that specific key and then the string would just push it down. If Machi Tabai didn't press that switch, then he could have not be the accomplice as you... Okay. Then he could not be the accomplice you claimed he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Tabai the accomplice? The answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Okay. Give it some thought. Okay, Apollo, if Machi is not the accomplice, then the whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped that smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. Okay. Hey! What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd? Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? Okay, we just saw it! No, it's just something odd about the performance there. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did you hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? Let me remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Machi Tabai pressed the switch? Alright. Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that? Okay, yes, you just fucking said it twice, Judge. Are you developing Alzheimer's? I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us this evidence supporting this. Air forehead, you're sure about this? Ah, accept it. There is no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. Okay. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed the switch? Oh, I assure you it's quite base. Here we go again. Pulling out the fucking mixing board. Here we go. Fuck, which part of the song was the guitar set on fire? Do I get the video with it? Or am I just fucking swinging in the wind right now? Okay. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's hear the piano part. Around the time when the button was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Okay, when? Okay, thank you. Pleasure. There? I hear a piano being played. Was it there? Though, but doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? Ah, I think I know what he's suggesting. Okay, so it could have been one-handed. You think Machi could have played that part? With one hand? One hand? You only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. Ha! What, you think he's some kind of piano savant? Actually no. What do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe, I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Chusi. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he? Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. Oh, so sorry. So sad for you. No, not really. Huh? That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with 1 hand or 2? You can't! I admit it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with 1 hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way! Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Have we? Or do we have like 3 more of these? Let's hear what Mr. Justice had to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with 1 hand. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. One-handedness is crazy, just like Nero. And one section of the song proves it. Oh, fuck. Please play the video along. Oh... Proof he played one-handed. Is that like the same one? Oh yeah, because like that's like 2-handed for sure, and this is like a 1-handed. Okay, I could hear it a little bit. I know, I played the piano once. I just haven't touched it in like fucking like half my life now. Take that. I can tell a little bit. I have a little bit of experience with piano, but I haven't fucking touched it, so I don't remember how to play it. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you realize by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you realized it yourself, Hair Forehead. Realized what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody phrase. Okay, well, if I got the lyrics for the fucking video. Man! How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Second verse, same as the first. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace." Okay, now I get it. Yeah, I heard it. I get it. Play verse 2 again. There, did you hear that? They feel the same, true, but they are clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use 2 hands to play that for sure. You need 2 hands for sure. What's that proof? What do you... I think you'd know... I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Durian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had them play specifically so the piano would stay in the background. Oh. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different? I asked myself. Now ask yourself, why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. No! And yo, what? Okay. Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Well, personally, this comes to it as a terrible disappointment. Heh. What? No comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Oh, don't say that. Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over? I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Hair Forehead. Huh? But me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts! Anyone could see it was him! Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. Judge, with all due respect, we fucking cross-examined a parent in the first game. But, 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion. But without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rules under our current court system, alright. What have we not used yet? What have we not used yet? Let's wait. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it! Believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, he would have already seen it a long way back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? Surely our client is innocent. Truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said. It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. So what do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescen's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he means a weak spot, no? Alright, well, I'm trying to fucking figure that out as well. The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal! So can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got more time to play pretend with this dead weight attorney. Alright. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. No, it's justicing time. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What? And this igniter is supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. I love poets. I love you, Apollo. And I intend to hear this one through the very end. Air forehead. You're accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latrousse and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. The trial's already run on for far too long. I get it. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud, is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, this was really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian's plan is... I don't think it's an evidence. Is it a witness? Okay, my guess is right now, your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. Huh? So what is it? What? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence. So what is? Okay, whoops. But perhaps what I need to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt? Machi Tobai, right? One person who could prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tobai. Your client, again? Machi Tobai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten that cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latrousse was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Virginia, we could burn a cocoon. A burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Aha! Very scientific of you. Emma is, like, losing her mind just outside this courtroom right now, hoping that this is the case. Thus, if Machi Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Judge, do you not hear him? He's basically confessing. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Picking a cocoon out of the country means death. The Borginian law. Ah. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. The fact that he wouldn't talk proves it. Okay, yeah, I get it now. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You won't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure the news has already reached Virginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but... He's going flaccid. But if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not gonna find him guilty of murder here. Not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? Same goes for Machi Tobai. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Machi Tobai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that is to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion? Real nice. Want a house made of cookies? Or no, a house made of pianos. Come on. Please! Oh, there goes his hair. Oh man. Well, he just screamed all over the courtroom. Is he gonna do that at the end of every fucking case? Durian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes. And you'll talk? You'll tell the court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew. From beginning I knew. Machi. Situation. I cannot explain, but money. I needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in the court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule, however. It has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Tobai. Machi Tobai, shit. Yes? I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Oh, he took off the glasses. I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant Machi Tobai not guilty. Fucking holy shit, this was a long case. Alright, we might hit like 5 hours at this rate. Court is adjourned. July 10, 4:42 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Alright. I wonder what will happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Daddy. I owe you both my thanks. Lemire? My, is something wrong? I'm sorry. Machi was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him, something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he's done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. Oh, okay. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lemire lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that, if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth that I've been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I'll take up painting. Painting? That's right! She's the landscape painter in San after all. I'll paint the two of you. I promise, it will probably be very bad. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lemire! I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks? Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too! Alright, is that it? And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to an end. Honestly, not that bad for a third case. thanks to the trial. The guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor's Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. Christ, that is a line, alright? But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have him catch the killer at the end. And alright, that was not that bad actually. Wish we could fucking establish why he needed the money. Maybe it was for, like, we could assume that maybe it could have been for the operation, but there's no proof for it. But I feel like that was an okay case. That was a good follow-up. I think that was better than the last case. Honestly, that was not too bad of a case though. So, tomorrow, the plan is, not tomorrow, next Saturday, we're going to be continuing playing DMC Devil May Cry. That's the plan. Hopefully, if we have time. But next Sunday, I'm planning on starting, episode 4, Turnabout Succession. The plan is to probably get through investigation day 1, like the day 1 of the trials. As we can see, we finally go into 7 years ago trial. I'm not sure if that's going to be its own stream, or if we're going to get through trial 7 years ago and then the Mason system, before doing another finale for trial day 2. I say these things because Mondays I always gotta wake up early now because of like football. I gotta wake up at like 4 in the morning where I am, so I gotta go to bed early. So like, you know, I gotta be conscientious of my time for streaming and conscientious of my time for, like, you know, the rest of my life outside of streaming. Honestly, not too bad of a game so far. I'm having fun with it. It was a pretty interesting case. I think I need to sit on the case a bit more though before I can give you guys more more concrete thoughts on it. I think it was an okay third case. Not sure if it's the best case in the game or whatever. It feels better than the last case at the very least. If it be, you know, barely better than the last case with the fucking panty snatcher. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Other than that, not much else I can really add. If you're interested in my fanfiction Phantophobia, it's in the description below. It's a crossover fanfiction between Your Turn to Die and Zoophobia, where it takes Zoophobia's characters and puts them into Your Turn to Die's death game. And yeah, other than that, not much else I can really add. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next week.